Yeah, right.
I got something to
Chemistry is important, but the ways that yeah, I have it. It's just, I was going Is that the rest of it? Is that the rest of it?
Oh, it's on my fingers.
You said there's literally a napkin. Why would you want to live in Ohio? So that's an awful family coming up in Ohio.
Hello? Testing, you guys hear me? 1, 2, 3? Good. Okay.
All right, guys, welcome to the 2022 Honors Diploma presentations. We did have a little bit of a change in schedule due to some illnesses, so just be aware that tomorrow's schedule is going to go an extra hour. So just in case you were wanting to see specific people, Miss Story will be going at 11, and Miss Sam will be going at 11:30. Okay, so that has changed on the schedule. Just a couple of reminders, please. Cell phones, please turn them off or silence them. I'm going to wait for you to do that. Thank you. We have a video that is live streaming over here. Okay, so please mind your words. If you're talking, especially if you're sitting right over here, it's right there. So make sure that you mind what you're saying and try not to stand in front of the camera to block the view here. Okay? And the last thing, at the end of presentations, Feel free to clap, and then the first questions that can be asked will come from the committee members here, and then if there's still time, they can go to the audience. All right? We good? Any questions? All right, awesome. Our first presenter is Ms. Avery Wright, and her presentation title, Let's Talk About Sex.
Hi everyone, my name is Avery Wright, and let's talk about sex. No, sorry, let's talk about sex education, not just sex. I think I made my parents blush. Sorry, Mom and Dad. Okay, my name is Avery Wright, and let's talk about sex education. So, to start off, what exactly is sex education, or SE? Now, sex education is just the teaching of all issues within human sexuality, as in contraception, sexually transmitted infections, or STIs, consent, abstinence, sexual anatomy. Those are just all the issues within human sexuality. And what prompted me to do this presentation, this project, is that sex education is not mandatory in Colorado. And it's not mandatory because of House Bill 1081, which was passed in the Colorado House in 2013. So basically what this bill did was mandate comprehensive sex education if a school had a sex education curriculum. So, Ms. Mason, you're going to Dolores High School. It's 2012. Do you have a sex education curriculum?
I do.
You did? Okay, perfect. So then in 2013, that sex education curriculum would have to be comprehensive. And the reason they couldn't mandate comprehensive sex education is because they lacked funding, plain and simple. So I just explained what sex education is. So you're probably wondering, Avery, what is comprehensive sex education, or CSE? CSE is very similar to sex education as it covers some of the same topics: contraceptions, STIs, consent, abstinence. The only difference is where sex education focuses on teaching around human sexuality, comprehensive sex education teaches to kids how to make healthy choices in their sexual lives. As you can see in this cute little photo, CSE goes over bodily changes, relationships, sex, and sexuality. So, here at M-CHS, we do have a comprehensive sex education curriculum. It's taught by nurse practitioner Teresa Brown-Sanchez in the health class. Now these are a few topics she goes over, like the school-based health clinic we have here, relationships, birth controls, the different types, how effective they are, and she briefly mentions LGBTQ plus education. When I say briefly mentions, she says L is for lesbian, G is for gay, and so on. And that little cover photo is the cover for her comprehensive sex education slide, which I thought was kind of humorous. So, I reached out to Daniel Tuft from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, or the CDPHE, and this data is from the CDPHE. So as you can see, in 2016, Montezuma County was second highest for chlamydia in Colorado and third for gonorrhea. From 2017 and 2018, we saw a 6.4% increase in chlamydia and a 3.5% increase in gonorrhea. And by 2019, Montezuma County had the highest rates of chlamydia and gonorrhea in the state of Colorado. Now, chlamydia is a serious STI with symptoms that include genital pain and discharge from the vagina and penis. Luckily, chlamydia is treatable with antibiotics, but unfortunately, it tends to go unnoticed. The medical news today shows that 10% of males and only 5 to 30% of females experience chlamydia symptoms. So, if chlamydia goes unnoticed in the female body, it can cause pelvic inflammatory disease, or PID. PID is also treatable with antibiotics, but if it's not, it can cause infertility in women. Gonorrhea is another STI with symptoms that include discharge from the vagina and penis and uterine and testicular pain. Gonorrhea is also treatable with antibiotics, but can also cause infertility in women. So two very STIs, serious STIs. Obviously, Colorado realized they needed to do something with the increase, so they did. In 2019, the House passed Bill 1032, which created a grant for schools that had CSE. Now the thing is, schools have to decide whether or not they had a sex education curriculum, which means they decided whether or not they participated in this grant. So, to conclude, sex education is still not mandatory in Colorado. So, what does that do for M-CHS, you wonder? So all this data I've been showing you now is from the Just Healthy Summary, a local summary taken here at our high school. Teresa Brown-Sanchez said that Just Health is a screening tool utilized to gain information from students in an effort to engage students in risk reduction conversations. It was developed by Apex, a company hired by the CDPHE for school-based health centers. So all this data is from October 2021 to December 2021, where 23 students partook in this survey. As you can see, out of the 23 students, 11 reported never having sex, which is 48%, higher than the state average of 21%, and higher than our 2019 average of 34.6% in the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. Of the 11, all 11 report having vaginal sex, which is 100%, higher than the state average of 90%. Again, of the 11, 7 reported giving oral sex, which is 64%, higher than the state average of 33%. And 5 reported receiving oral sex, which is 45%, and although it's just barely, it's still higher than the state average of 41%. So, kids in Montezuma County High School are having sex. Okay, well, they're also having sex with multiple partners. And this data doesn't start off too bad. Only 4 kids reported having 1 sexual partner, which is 36%, lower than the state average of 47%. Only 1 reported having 2 sexual partners, which is 9%, again, lower than the state average of 24%. But then we get to 3 sexual partners, with 3 kids reporting 27%, higher than the state average of 10%, and 5 sexual partners with 1 kid reporting, that's 9%, higher than the state average of 4%. So, kids at Montezuma County High School are having sex, and having sex with multiple partners. We all know a result of sex can be pregnancy, and, well, unfortunately, kids at M-CHS aren't really doing anything to prevent pregnancy. As you can see, 4 out of 11 said they've never used a method to prevent pregnancy. That's 36%, higher than the state average of 30%, and higher than our 2019 average of 20.8%. 4 out of 11 reported ever using a condom, which is, again, 36%, lower than the state average of 47%, and lower than our 2019 average of 59.4%. Okay, so kids in Montezuma County are having sex, they're having sex with multiple partners, and they're not being safe. Well, we all know that pregnancy ultimately leads to birth. So here's some CDPHE data. Now, this is CDPH data at the average Colorado birth rates for 15 and 19-year-olds. Now, this does not include all pregnancies, as it does not include the ones that were terminated, just birth rates, so keep that in mind. In 2005 to 2007, we saw 53.9% average here at Montezuma County. And so what that basically means is 53.9% of our 15 to 19-year-olds were giving birth. In 2015 to 2017, we saw a decrease to 32.3%. Let me remind you, in 2013, the House passed Bill 1081, which mandated CSE if a school had a sex education curriculum. So in 2013, when we mandated CSE here at Montezuma Cortez High School, we saw a 21.6% decrease in our teen birth rates. So obviously, CSE works, right? Well, it's good for decreasing pregnancy rates and birth rates, but it's also good for mental and emotional health. So this is more CDPHE data, and it's sexual violence and teen dating violence reports in 2017, and these are high school students. So here we see that heterosexuals are lowest, with homosexual being next, and our transgender youth having the highest. Same goes for teen dating violence. We see heterosexual having the lowest reports, then homosexual, and then transgender. Interesting, right? Well, let's look a little closer. Felt sad and hopeless every day for 2 weeks. We see the same trend with heterosexual being our lowest, but then goes our transgender youth, and then our homosexual youth being the next highest. And then considering attempting suicide, and keep in mind, these are high school students. We see heterosexuals lowest, then transgender, then homosexual. Now, so we see in Colorado that our homosexual and transgender youth are having high reports of sexual violence, teen dating violence, feeling sad and hopeless, and considering attempting suicide. And now, although there are many factors like environment, home life, this is a big factor. The Don't Say Gay bill. So for those of you who don't know, the Don't Say Gay bill was passed in Florida in early March of 2022. And what this bill does is it prevents kindergarten through 3rd grade from discussing sexual orientation and gender identity in the classroom with a trusted adult. There are many states right now considering passing a similar bill, and currently in 2022, 4 states prohibit LGBTQ+ education. In 2017, the CDPHE revealed that 58% of homosexual students in Colorado did not think they had a sex education curriculum that applied to them, that left them out. They made them feel alone. They made them experience higher rates of sexual violence and teen dating violence, and feeling sad and hopeless and considering attempting suicide. So, what's the solution? And I'm actually up here for ideas if anyone has any ideas, but in case you don't, I'll give you one. Here at M-CHS, we must mandate a comprehensive sex education curriculum for all sexual identifications. Two amazing women, Dr. Goldberg and Dr. Lieberman, produced a research paper in 2021 called 3 Decades of Research, the Case of Comprehensive Sex Education. And while they had many great outcomes, 3 of the biggest ones that apply to M-CHS are the appreciation of sexual diversity, development of healthy relationships, and the prevention of partner violence. Now, as I stand up here, some of you are going to say that CSE is wrong. It's not the answer. You're going to say that abstinence is the solution. And well, I'm here to tell you that abstinence is not the solution. See, if we solely base our sex education curriculum on telling kids that sex is wrong, don't have sex is bad, guess what they're going to do? They're going to have sex. Because naturally we're born curious creatures. You know, your mom says, don't touch that pan. And what do? You touch the pan and you get burned. We all went through that. But besides being naturally born curious, there's also things like biological maturation, the process towards human growth and development, and sexual maturity, the process towards a mature biological state and cellular differentiation, or hormones that alter behavior, that make you anxious, that release pleasure. Kids naturally and biologically crave sexual interactions, so we must teach them how to make those sexual interactions safely. Now, the reason CSE needs to be inclusive for all sexual identifications is because regardless if the kid is homosexual, polysexual, pansexual, they're still going to go through biological maturation. They're still going to go through sexual maturity. They're still going to feel all those same hormones. And just like every other kid, they're naturally and biologically going to crave sexual interactions. Let me take you back real fast to the 80s. Good era, good music, good times, right? Let me mention human immunodeficiency virus, further known as HIV. Now, imagine in the 80s if gay men had a comprehensive sex education curriculum that applied to them, that made them feel like they fit in. Maybe we could have taught them how to make healthy choices in their sexual lives and could have avoided such a high increase in the HIV epidemic. I want to talk right now about syphilis. Okay, there's 3 stages of syphilis. The first one is painless sores. They're painless, right? Everyone can handle that. The second one is painful rash. Hey, everybody gets a painful rash. Everyone can handle it. The third stage is possible nerve, brain, eye, and or heart damage. Not a lot of people can handle that. In 2017 and 2018, the CDPHE reported a 32.5% increase in syphilis in Colorado. And by 2020, syphilis is at an all-time high in Colorado. Now, I'm going to cover this data, and I'm going to take you back to the beginning. Remember, Montezuma County in 2016 was 2nd and 3rd for chlamydia and gonorrhea. In 2017 and 2018, chlamydia increased by 6.4%, and gonorrhea by 3.5%. By 2019, Montezuma County had the highest rates for chlamydia and gonorrhea and of the whole state. So, if chlamydia and gonorrhea, which are increasing by below 10%, affected Montezuma County that badly, what do you think that syphilis is going to do when it's increasing by 32.5%? What do you think that's going to do to our kids? Here at M-CHS, we preach every student every day. You see it when you're walking in, you see it on the sides of t-shirts. Yet, we're not protecting every student every day because we do not have an inclusive, comprehensive sex education curriculum here at Montezuma Cortez High School. Now, remember that grant I mentioned in 2018 that was passed by the Bill 1032? That grant is called the Comprehensive Human Sexuality Education Grant, and it's through the CDPHE. It's a $1 million grant, and there's currently 7 schools partaking. The first cycle is from February 2020 through June of 2022, and the second cycle will start in August of 2022. There's a few requirements, but Montezuma County meets all of those requirements. So if we have a comprehensive sex education curriculum here at Montezuma County High School, why aren't we a part of this grant? If we truly believe in every student every day, then we must mandate a comprehensive sex education curriculum for all sexual identifications. Thank you. Okay, I'd like you all to remember that I'm a good student. I can remember. Okay. Do I have any questions?
I'm just curious because I don't know, but can you tell me more about the comprehensive sex education program we have here currently that you're
Yes.
around San
Would you like me to go back to the topic she covers?
Well, does she like pop into the health classes for like a week? Or?
So it's like about a 2 to 3 week program, and she pops into the health classes that Watkins teach, and she's in there every day for 2 weeks, and she goes over all those topics in CD and comprehensive sex education.
And every student takes that class?
It's mandatory for every student to take health class. Some students will take it online, however.
Do you know the rate of students that take it online?
No, I do not.
Policy and date question. You mentioned that the teen birth rate went down, and you kind of speculate that that was the results of the 2013 passing of the Comprehensive Sex Education
Yes.
Bill. If that was successful in reducing the teen pregnancy rate, why 3 years later did we see STD rates spike?
So, I would like to blame COVID for this. Let me take you back to COVID. Okay, we're all online. We're on online school. How many kids did their work online school? Maybe not a lot. Oh, okay, a few hands, maybe like 5. So imagine you're sophomore, freshman, and you're online, and you have an online health education class, and it's going over sex ed. I doubt a lot of students went over that slideshow personally. I can see a few shaking their head when you could be going outside, could be doing other things. So I would have to blame COVID for the fact that kids weren't properly teaching themselves how to have safe sex.
So I have actually, I'm glad that COVID came up. I didn't know quite how to ask this question, but for the first time, the Pew Research Center reports that 25% of Americans did not have sex for a year during COVID. What are you all doing out there?
That's a great question. When I was looking at data that was showing freshmen through seniors having sex, seniors were having the highest rates of sex, which makes sense because we're older, we think we can handle it more. And although some people may have reported not having sex for a year because of COVID, we know here in Montezuma County that COVID wasn't a big worry of ours. And so kids would be having sex. Any more questions?
Yeah, so a lot of your data was based on a extremely small sample size as far as the percentages.
Yes.
Do you think that that is realistic as far as what you feel about the school? I mean, or is it higher or lower? Because with such a small sample size, you really can't make a generalization to the
And that's like the area we ran into, because Teresa, she can't be running around like, hey, take this Just Healthy summary. So she only had 23 students who volunteered to take it. I think it reflects Montezuma County very well. You can talk to students here. I know I talked to my fellow friends. They're having sex. I know some that don't believe in wearing condoms, that condoms are just to prevent pregnancy, not to prevent STIs. So I do think the data reflects very well.
Kind of off that, I suspect, I don't have any data, maybe you saw something coming out of the data, that those that are engaging in the riskiest behavior probably are doing it sooner. Do you think high school is soon enough to catch those that are probably engaging in these riskiest behaviors?
So are you asking, is high school a good time to implement comprehensive sex education?
Yeah, or is it a little too late? I suspect the ones that are doing the riskiest behavior are doing it sooner than later.
Yes, so Dr. Goldthorpe and Dr. Lieberman actually during their research proved that kindergarten through high school is a good time to have comprehensive sex education.
Just throughout constantly.
Yes, just throughout constantly teaching kids, because STIs are always changing, just like we watch how HIV adapted and AIDS and things like that. So it's just to keep kids up to date and keep people with their knowledge up to date as well. Any more questions?
You briefly mentioned how the I was going to ask about the 23 students. You briefly said that they were volunteers. Do you have any more information on like how?
Yes.
Like,
So,
did they have to go see her and then she asked them for the survey, or how did that collect?
so they went into the health clinic to get physical, whatever they needed, and Teresa offered, hey, would you like to take a survey for me called the Just Healthy Summary? And the kids either said yes or no. Any more questions?
Audience,
Questions?
any questions?
Questions from the audience?
It's more of a statement. So I was one of the students that took a health class online.
Yes.
There was not even a part for sex education. There was no sex education for my health class. And every health class that I've ever taken, which I've taken 3 or 4 at this point, has always taught abstinence and nothing else.
Mm-hmm. And we showed why abstinence is not the proper solution. Any other questions from the audience? I saw one hand go up.
So you talked about how like the rates of suicide and depression are higher in homosexual teens. Do you think that could be partly because they don't engage like in sex with a person of the gender that they want, like because they're having like heterosexual sex, and do you think that makes the suicide and depression worse for them?
I think it could be an effect. I just think the biggest effect is not having a CSE program that applies to them, that teaches them how to make healthy interactions in their sexual lives, and I think that's like the biggest part that plays into that.
To get more data, do you have a solution on maybe how to get that survey to more youth?
Yes, I like to say that I'm very involved in the high school. I'm in a lot of programs, and I honestly did not even know about the survey until I went to Teresa Brown's M-CHS, and I think maybe if we broadcasted it a little more, asking kids, hey, we come to take this survey, it's optional, you remain anonymous, I think that's where we could get more kids, if more kids knew about it. Any more questions? Kysten? Go for it.
Do you think that you should keep it as optional rather than mandating it? Because I know, like, the Healthy Kids survey that we have to do, most of us do not take that seriously at all,
Yes.
and I know half the people lie on that. So do you think that in order to keep the answers truthful, we should keep it optional?
Yes, I agree. I do think that, because I think if kids want to take it, then they'll take it and they'll give all the accurate data rather than forcing them to take something they don't. Well, they'll probably lie on it. So I think yes, it should remain optional. Any other questions? Okay, thank you guys.
Good job. So we've got about 8 minutes. Juan, if you want to come on up, and I'll start getting you all set up. Again, committee members, honors diploma presenters, there's water and snacks and things over there for you.
Good job.
That didn't make no sense.
Like,
Sure, which is the term that's what we're using.
Ow. There. That was not very nice.
I really thought I was watching it.
Do you have any issues?
Do you think it's so I want to sort of like use that. I know. These guys are supposed to do that. Like, it has to be like. What does that say?
It's a song.
It's like a long thing. When I was in 6th grade, I was like, yes, I want to do that. Yes. It's literally this. I don't know. That's like your dad saw it. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was like live. It's ready to go back. My parents read it. They were like, I'm ready on the shoot.
I watched it. Yeah, because I cannot eat snapping turtle grabbed on it. And they were all just laughing. No one did anything, they just laughed. Eating it all.
I don't think he means like the gun is the best version.
Why are we having
All right, guys, we are going to start our second presentation now. The Hispanic Workforce by Juan Guillermo Garcia Bellman. Okay.
My name is Juan Guillermo Garcia Bellman, and this is my presentation on the Hispanic workforce. So we all probably heard these statements. They're here to take our jobs, or they are taking your jobs. And these statements came from our former President Donald Trump. But these statements have already been here since the beginning of immigration, Hispanics, and everybody coming to this country. But this only started, this spike, it was the peak where started all the chaos. So the issue is the Hispanic population is going through prejudice because people have the idea that they are taking jobs away, they're stereotyped. And recently, hate crimes have been on a rise. In 2019, the El Paso shooting occurred, where it was the biggest anti-Latino attack in recent history. This has enacted fear in the Hispanic population because you don't know what can happen. You're just being stereotyped. You can get attacked any day. And unequal representation to some folks that maybe might not have legal status in this country. They're not seen equally. And people would say, well, why is this happening? Or why do people state that Hispanics are here to take their jobs? Well, there has been a major increase in Hispanic population. And especially in 2019, it peaked to 61 million. And throughout 2010 and 2019, we can see that 52% of the population's growth here in the U.S. has been Hispanic. And especially in these 2 points, from 1990 to 2000, there's some historical events that created this big spike. So reasons why Hispanics are coming to this country. Well, the rise of crime in their countries. From 2010 to 2019, as I said, the rise of population correlates with the increase in gangs in like Mexico. According to Business Insiders, now 400 new gangs, and also poverty. Right now, we can see maybe in Mexico right now, the dollar, U.S. dollar to Mexico is 20 pesos. So the U.S. dollar has more value and its economy is stronger. So maybe what you can buy like maybe 5 meals with $1 in Mexico. So there's more, so the value is higher and you make more buck over here. And to pursue a better life, as I said, maybe some people are coming from countries that there's tyranny or like there's unequal representation because of maybe a dictator like Venezuela, Colombia, and also the cartels. Maybe they work with the government sometimes, and that could influence and maybe begin like human trafficking, just suffering. And also because of promised jobs, some Hispanics come to this country because they work for a corporation down maybe in Mexico, corn. And we have some fields out here, they can work for them. They have their job secured with us. And this historical event, as I explained where that spike was, is NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. It was established in 1994, and it promised jobs for, as I said, for corn growers. For example, there was a business up by Jalisco, and these people would work, but when this trade agreement occurred, it combined the economies, and the U.S. came in and industrialized into these areas. It took jobs away from some people, and then with the new fields that were being made out here, maybe in Texas, it brought workers over, so that created an increase in the population and our workforce of Hispanic. And as I said, it united economies and it eliminated trade barriers. A truck from Mexico with corn can make it all the way to Canada with no issue at all. And this also opened up more and effective service jobs, oil rigs, farms, even just restaurants, corporations, big corporations. But it ruined agribusiness because the corn is the biggest contributor of Mexico's economy. But when U.S. and other countries came in, the more powerful countries came in, they industrialized these jobs, and it took people out of their jobs. And right now, Hispanics contribute to the most jobs that Hispanic can have is our service and hard labor jobs. So these jobs, a service job is a job that provides service and maintenance, consulting, and repairs. And the examples of these could be restaurant servers, cooks, gardeners, paint, or anybody that provides a service to the public. And hard labor jobs, these require physical labor, and that most of the time you are standing and not having many breaks. An example of this could be a construction worker, a painter, housekeepers. And in the country, 50% of the foreign-born workers that we have are Hispanic. 24% of the Hispanic population occupy service jobs such as restaurant, gardeners, anything like that. 17% cover construction jobs, and you can see a 1-to-3 ratio in these service industries. Three Hispanic for one another member of the population. And it can be seen here also. There's the service industry for Hispanics and then there's what? Also reflected on blacks. But in our community, this perception is also seen. I went to some businesses here, and there's always a 3-to-1 ratio of Hispanics to any other population. But these jobs, the ones I went to, they were construction, restaurant, and offices. And in offices, that perception is reversed. In office jobs, you can see 1 Hispanic for 3 others. And the national trend is followed as the population. As I said, 61 million people, 61 million Hispanics are in the country, and that's 19% of our population. And here in Cortez, also, there's 90% of the population is Hispanic. So pretty much it's the country is seen in just a little community. And why do these people hold jobs? Well, because I interviewed some people and they said they are willing to work their butts off. They don't care about how many hours they work. They just want to make a living and support their families. Because, as I said, these countries like Colombia or Venezuela or Mexico, poverty is so high. It's hard to make a living out there. Money, it's not, sometimes you can't even make it. You can see people in sheds, living in sheds and stuff. It's not a healthy environment for them. And some said white guys come in and work, before you know they're gone for a month or sometimes a week. Well, Hispanic people tend to be the ones that work big, long days, up to maybe 12, 14 hours a day. And these are the reasons why they're high. They work more hours, so a person of white race, we have the 40 hours a week example, but white people tend to have 34.4 hours a week compared to a Hispanic that works 43 hours a week. And this doesn't count for the extra hours they might be working, and also because they're paid less. Some of them could be illegal, and they might not know the terms of what's the minimum right now. Maybe get paid maybe $9 an hour for hard labor. It's cheaper for companies or corporations to have these people working for them because they'll do the job for you. They work more hours, and you can pay less. There's less spending in your business. No training is required. Sometimes, as I said, promise jobs. Hispanics, maybe a farmer from Mexico comes to the U.S. No training, you just get back into it, just in a different place. And the language barrier, the language barrier could be taken advantage of because they might not know the English language, and we can just tell them, well, this is what your pay is. They can be manipulated. And as I said, unequal representation is a major issue. Like some have right. All immigrants that come to our country have their constitutional rights and amendments, but some don't. Like illegal immigrants, they can't vote and they can't get Social Security benefits, but they do pay taxes because of the income tax. They pay income tax because of what they're making. But we have the idea. We tried to get away from England in the Revolution time. Why? Or we complain because taxation without representation. Well, these people are not being represented in their taxes. They pay taxes, but why shouldn't they have a decision to what they do with that money? They contribute $90 billion in taxes and only use $5 billion in welfare. With voting, you select your political representative, and that political representative could decide what happens with your money. So some illegals should have the right to vote because they could have a word in our economy because they hold majority of service jobs in this country. As I said, in our economy is based 78% on service jobs, so they're a major part of the economy. If one day we happen to lose every Hispanic in this country. There's a downfall in taxes, $90 billion in taxes. We can fund it. And in conclusion, prejudice will still happen either way, but we just have to notice their contributions. As I said, 78% of them work in service. 78% of our economy is based off service industry, and with them holding the majority, they're a major factor in our economy. They work the hard labor jobs such as gardening. They can get food to our tables, and they'll do the jobs that nobody wants. That somebody might not want to do, like maybe put roofing for like 13 hours in like 80-degree weather. You can't tolerate that all day. And as I said, they're a major part of the economy. Questions?
I've got a question about representation,
Yeah.
but more cultural than political. Many groups of immigrants have come to this country, the Irish, the Germans, the Chinese. We've gotten them in big sort of like clumps due to events in history, like Southeast Europe even.
Yeah.
And we seem to know a great deal about these different cultural groups, whereas we've had this constant availability of labor from right next door, more or less forever. We seem to know very little about their culture sometimes, comparatively speaking. What do you think accounts for this almost deliberate ignorance about our next door neighbors when we get so much work from them, literally?
Well, as an example, as you said, the Europeans in New York, Italians, they made their little like towns, but still, I think we just want to take. We should try and absorb what they like their cultures, like Little Italy, or like Chinatown. We have to notice that these people try to make up, like put themselves in our society, but yeah.
Any ideas on what we could do to make them like less distant of a neighbor?
Honestly, I actually don't have the answer for that.
But that is a fair answer.
That's a good answer.
Anybody else?
I got a question.
Yeah.
Why do people come here illegally? Why doesn't everyone in the whole world who wants to move just get the proper parlance and go through the legal channels?
Because sometimes those parliaments are slow. Because maybe lawyers, sometimes they're in shortage sometimes, and you have to go through court. Sometimes you actually get like a work visa or like just a visa to come here. So it's just a slow process that people are like, let's just do it fast. And sometimes it's even more money than some people than just pay someone to smart numbers. Any other questions?
So the federal government has an I-9 implemented to verify work status. Have to be a legal citizen to work in the United States. You didn't provide any information on that process or the I-9. What is your viewpoints on whether or not these individuals are working legally in the United States?
So, as I said, some just promise jobs. Some people, sometimes for corporations, it's just cheaper to just bring someone in, pay them less, even though it's wrong. It just keeps our economy moving, and like I know it's just it's a bad deal of that. It's not the right way, but it just keeps us going.
It is illegal to hire and employ an individual that doesn't have correct paperwork or can verify that they're legal to work in the United States. And so therefore, a corporation, as you just said, or a business of any sorts, are not able to pay an individual their payroll liability taxes because they're not legal to work in the United States. You said that they do pay taxes. So if they're working illegally or not able to be paid, through the payroll liabilities of their county, state, and federal government taxes, then what taxes are they actually paying for their work status that you were referring to?
Just the income, just their income and.
Income taxes?
Yeah, income taxes.
That's what I'm referring to, that they cannot pay income taxes if they're not legal citizens.
I
So
heard
they have to be cash.
ITIN, that was created in 1940, I believe, also.
What is it?
ITIN, the individual taxpayer number for immigrants. No matter their citizenship, they still pay taxes. The name still exists here, we still have to contribute.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I just have a question about the research that you did, because I noticed you had some quotes from interviews and you had some statistics and some charts. Could you tell us more about where you got the interview, or what the interview was like, or maybe where the stats were?
It was a little weird because most of my sources wanted to stay anonymous.
Right.
So
but locally, right?
Yeah, like
interviews that you
like industries that, like as I said, maybe restaurants, construction, big parts of our economy here. Any other questions?
Audience?
So you mentioned how there is tons of poverty in countries that Hispanics are migrating from. Did you happen to look into the homeless population in those countries, and if it was?
I didn't. No, I didn't. But yeah, that's a big factor. That could become a big factor also. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yo, where's that one?
like how, I mean, how fortune cookies, doing yeah, to make them seem like outside of the street.
She doesn't want to do family
Yours was
because we're not going to do that.
I went by she's done surgery. So how do they grade it? It's just so it's like a
She wants to do more pediatrics.
I guess Hey, Mr. Do you have an grade on a rubric? Like a blank rubric? Like how you design it?
I had more questions for you, but I didn't want to monopolize the questions.
What did you?
Well, I wanted to ask about Dolores Dominguez and Durango. I know, and yeah.
I had some like screenshots from the judges and stuff like too after my sources.
Yeah.
And I was like so ready to like ask questions.
Yeah, I think just being the first presentation, the questions aren't rolling as much yet. But like I already asked.
Let me show you what happens. I know it.
Yeah. So and then it's just a really interesting topic because I also wanted to ask more about like who needs to be talked to.
Yeah, that's like I don't know if you guys look at the slides when you guys talk about them. You can always have people in mind and make more on there.
Okay. Is it decent? Is it like better than ours?
No,
like,
it's worse.
It's worse. Okay. So it's not comprehensive.
It's supposed to be
okay.
I go over relationship
Who put together your sex education?
It's a program that's run for the
Okay.
I got my sex education at church.
Was it abstinence or was it abstinence?
It was completely comprehensive.
That's great. Good.
Kind of like get
I am
that
not
religion.
surprised by
So his emphasis is
oddity in the world.
Good, and see.
And it doesn't attach any judgment.
Like, we grew up with my older sister project. She's like, literally all we have like is the pastor's wife coming in, Rachel, like abstinence. Yeah, like that's the issue.
That's so fun.
Wait till you're rich. My sister has a
And then you don't know what that's like.
you make me like, wow.
So we can see it.
So we're happy. Oh, it is like pastor on a piece of like cake. They like put it on their arm and like rip it off and give it to the next person. And then they got like plug up like a week. And then like, that's what happens when you have. So that was my sister.
I don't know how that's going to All right.
It's funny too, even with apps, that sounds like something. Like some of my friends here only think they're out from like, and it's only for like to prevent pregnancy. It's like, no, like there's so many STIs.
Oh, yeah. There's presentation.
It was up
Scary images of like disease.
No, she goes over like chlamydia and gonorrhea.
That's the thing that I was taught. You should ask that question. That's the thing that
drip for a reason.
Right. That's the thing that we
No,
it's like this slideshow that you're
no, she's awful. I remember yeah. She hears about like she goes a lot into birth controls, like types, how effective they are, and things like that. She talks a lot about relationships.
Good.
Which I thought was really good.
Dividing your identity, or is it just a mixed room?
It's just a mixture of everything. I think Tree's doing a really good job. I'm just saying it's more scary in the sense that you don't want chlamydia and you don't want like gonorrhea, and then also because of like one's like, oh, let's go. Like, it's just like you said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we were just talking about.
You can go off when you
And how that leads to a lack of
that's cool.
inclusivity. Yeah.
All right.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
You're
I'm
starting to
so
call me.
bad.
You've called me Roger for
It's
a
because
few years now.
I'm getting on a friend level with you.
Yeah.
After our conversation, I feel like we're friends.
Yeah, I did tell you that it would happen.
You did, and I didn't believe you. Now here I am calling you about your first thing.
You're trying it out. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna talk to him every like this summer and see what he thinks.
The thing is, like, oh no, we don't. I want to like in the West.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just because it's translates like
Yeah.
Well,
but that's all like
Yeah.
Excellent job, by the way. You can relax now and just eat snacks all the time. So good just to be done.
And if I want to go first, it's like, let me rip this baby off.
Oh yeah. We pass it to Gwen so she can rip it off and then pass it to
I had Nathan divorce. Yeah, I had Yes.
We know it's total what's out. That's what we're saying.
Okay, that's pregnant.
This.
Okay, let's go. Wait. We can before she gets hurt, before she gets We're going to take an extra couple of minutes because one of our panelists had to run back to the classroom for a minute. All right, let's go ahead and get started. If we have any new people in the room, please make sure that your cell phones are turned off or at least turned down so that they're not interrupting. And also be aware that we are live streaming over here, so that make sure that you're not saying things that might get caught on that. Okay? So our next presentation is the Justice Gap, the Effective Holistic Defense on Low-Income Litigants, and this is by Eleanor Mahoney.
Okay. So I'm doing my presentation on the Justice Gap and effective holistic defense on low-income litigants. If everyone is moving forward together, the success takes care of itself. Let's move forward. So, thesis, by implementing holistic defense, clients will receive help with issues outside of their court case and receive legal help from their attorney, therefore seeing a reduction in mass incarceration in the U.S. So, the purpose of holistic defense is to help clients with issues outside of their court case, to reduce mass incarceration in the U.S. and recidivism, and to help public defenders by providing outside services to aid the client to help with outside issues. So who benefits? Both the attorney and the client benefit from holistic defense. The client gets help with issues outside their court case, and the public defender gets help with the large caseloads. So indigent clients often need help beyond the legal aspects. They often suffer from physical problems and mental problems such as drug abuse, mental illness, family and housing issues, and prior criminal charges that are still pending against them that contribute to them being indigent. They may not be ready to comply with their attorney or stand trial, and often services aren't provided, so the client is able to get help with issues, which causes them to recidivate and increases mass incarceration. So court-appointed attorneys often have large caseloads of over 1,600 cases annually and are underpaid, whereas private attorneys only have 35 to 50 cases annually. They aren't trained in substance abuse or mental health or social welfare, so they often are unable to help the client with other outside issues that are the root of their criminal behavior. So what is being done? There are several organizations that contribute and work toward holistic defense. The Bronx Defenders are one of the most experienced public defense offices in the U.S. The Center for Holistic Defense, Colorado Division of Justice, National Criminal Justice Reference Systems, American Bar Association, the United States Department of Justice, and the National Association of Drug Court Professionals. So when implemented, holistic defense reduces the likelihood of jail sentence by 16% and expected sentence length by 24%. When the Bronx Defenders found that over the course of 10 years, 1.1 million fewer days, there were 1.1 million fewer days of custodial punishment overall for their clients. So immediate case outcomes of holistic defense reduce the likelihood of jail sentence by 16% and average length of custodial punishment by 9.5 days. 4,500 individuals in the sample avoided jail sentence that they would have otherwise received if they were not holistically represented. So I interviewed Heather Little. She went to Emory, and right out of law school, she started doing public defense. She now has a law firm in Durango and is partnered with ADC, which is Alternate Defense Counsel, and does public and private defense, so she's well-rounded. She says that indigent clients have lots of needs outside of their court case, such as mental illness, drug abuse, housing, family issues, things like that. And the justice system is the only way for them to get representation and their needs met because of their indigency. So these are some of the questions I asked Heather. I asked if holistic defense helps her clients, and she says she uses strategies and departments that deal with things such as drug abuse and housing issues along with mental illness. And these departments help clients with their issues outside of their immediate case. I asked how she incorporates holistic defense into her practice, and she says that all the departments that provide services to aid the client with issues outside of their immediate case, which incorporates the effects of holistic defense into her practice. And then I asked how it aids the client, and she said that it aids the client by helping them with outside issues so they will not be stressed about their court case and those issues overall. And then I asked what she thought the future of the justice system would be, and she said that it is alternate defense counsel because they focus on connecting the client to services and getting them the help they need on their immediate case and issues outside of their court case. So challenges, I asked what challenges of her work were. She said that there's obviously a lack of resources for the attorneys and the client. She said legal barriers, such as not having access to resources and services the client may need. The client might not be ready to comply with the attorney or stand trial, which causes setbacks. They might also suffer from mental health issues that could cause setbacks in the case and moving forward to prevent recidivism. And then I asked what she would change about the system, and she said that there's not enough money being provided and going towards holistic defense and the services that they need to provide for their clients. There aren't enough services to match the client's needs. She would like to make resources of holistic defense available to people outside of the criminal justice system so people who aren't convicted of crime can get access to these services. Different views of this argument. So there's the argument of punishment being implemented over rehabilitation, but I did not find any research saying that there's a systemic relationship between crime rates and imprisonment rates, but I did find that the U.S. has the highest murder rate and death penalty rates, and jails continue to see an increase in violent crime, so criminologists believe that severe punishments are effective in reducing crime rates. And then another argument is that it won't reduce mass incarceration. The Bronx defenders have found that holistic defense and representation has resulted in 1.1 million fewer days of custodial punishment, which has saved local taxpayers an estimated $165 million in housing costs alone for inmates, which is a dramatic reduction in custodial punishment and inmate housing, proving that they are keeping indigent clients out of jails and reducing mass incarceration. So, holistic defense overall reduces mass incarceration and recidivism. It helps clients resolve and get help with issues outside of their immediate case. Effectively rehabilitates clients so they come out of the system in better positions than before, and it takes stress and work off the attorney to ensure better outcomes for their clients. So, holistic defense program would help the attorney and the client gain sufficient help in the court case and in and out of the court case. It helps the client with underlying issues, and they will come out into the system in better circumstances than before. So my thoughts on the interview, it was nice to get talk to Heather and get an insider's perspective. She's very experienced in her work and she knows exactly what she's talking about. So it was nice to just talk to her about everything that I've been researching and done. And it justified a lot of my research and thoughts. And it was just overall a good experience talking with her. And then the research part of it, through research on holistic defense, I gained new knowledge and insight on the subject and learned about the pressing issues of mass incarceration and indigent defense. So conclusion, and it needs to be put to mass incarceration, and holistic defense being implemented would achieve this. And when there's a team working together on a project, better results would be seen overall.
Do you have any data for those individuals who received a holistic defense, how successful they were in not being repeat offenders?
Like recidivism? Yeah. So, I don't, not on here, no, I don't think so. I just know that, hold on, let me go back to it. I didn't do a lot on like, I guess, I just did a lot on like custodial punishment and the ways that they avoided jail sentencing, like through holistic defense, how they were like pointed in a different direction. Like if they wouldn't have been holistically represented, they would have seen more jail time.
Aren't most attorneys on their way to becoming fully licensed required to do a certain amount of what we call pro bono work, where they have to kind of operate on the public defender level and therefore become aware of these issues already?
Yeah, right. So that's what I talked to Heather about. She, right out of college and law school, she did public defense for 5 years, and then she opened up her own law firm with ABC and started doing, she still does public defense, but she also does private defense now too. But you do have to do public defense for, I don't know how long, but you definitely have to like get that under your belt.
In your research, did you find if that helped make most judges started out at the lawyer level? Why hasn't this kind of experiential knowledge percolated up?
I'm honestly not sure. I definitely do think that if like a public defender, public defense before they do private defense, it obviously makes them more well-rounded and they know a lot more about like the inner workings of the court and just how like clients function in general. But yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, I got one for you.
Okay.
What is the current population of prisoners in prison that come from indigents? How many of them are poor?
There's 2 million like incarceration, like mass incarceration, like 2 million people.
And of that 2 million, how many come from poverty?
Like over half of them.
In trying to understand, so holistic defense, is that like a philosophy, or is it more of a specific model of like, here's the steps that make up what holistic defense is, or is it more of kind of a philosophy in representing a client?
Well, no, so holistic defense is like done in a court, like systems differently in every court system. So it's not like, oh, specific, like you have to have these to be holistically represented, but there's like, hold on, let me go back to this slide. Like these are all, like some of the things that I researched of like programs that help towards holistic representation. So like NACDP is like a drug association that like helps, but it's not specific like, oh, you have to have these to be holistically represented. It's just like what pertains to the client's needs and like what they need to be, like to get better so they can face the court case and things like that.
And do you know if generally public defenders working for the public sector, if that is something that they're encouraged to use, or
like is it encouraged to do public defense before?
To use holistic defense for our general public defenders just in our community?
Yeah, so every public defender that I've talked to has been like, we push holistic defense. It's just not like being implemented, or like, it's not in every court system. So in Cortez we have 2 courts and only one of them uses holistic defense. So it's like not being implemented in every court system.
How would you make them? I mean, who would
say, okay, so this is working here, and this is a really good idea, you guys should do this? I mean, how does that happen?
Well, it's, I think you have to like pass a bill to like implement it into every system. Like you have to do holistic defense, but no court system is like having to do it. They're just choosing to like hire departments that like help the clients and go. Yeah.
Yeah. And when did all this start?
In 2013.
Fairly recent.
Yeah. So it's a new thing.
So what do you think are the biggest deficiencies locally that we need services to help with?
Definitely drug and family abuse systems. There's a lot, in Cortez at least, there's a lot of like child neglect. Drug abuse is a big issue, just like parents neglecting their children because they're using drugs and things like that. So I definitely think that would be useful in Cortez. I also think like housing systems. We do have like the bridge does housing systems for people, but they don't let criminal, like if you had a pending criminal charge, they don't let you into the organization.
How did she see this kind of being implemented? Did she see lawyers, if once it gets passed in a bill, would lawyers go to law school and all get a training in this? Or, because I find it kind of funny, first of all, that us teachers get more training in trauma and psychology than the lawyers do when we're passing them on kids that are probably in the need of that anyways. I mean, is there going to be a push in the system in law school? Are they going to, can this be implemented? I can see lawyers pushing back on this a little bit.
Yeah, well, so every lawyer that I've talked to thinks that this should be implemented. They don't teach it in law school. They do, like, Heather took a course on how to deal with indigent clients because whenever she was in law school, they didn't have a holistic defense. So she took a course on, like, how to deal with clients and help make their situation better, but they don't teach, like, the inner workings of holistic defense. There's just other
She
departments.
can see it happening though?
Yeah, no, she sees like it moving towards holistic defense.
I wasn't 100% clear. Are the services ongoing, or is that just something that they receive just as they're going through their court case?
No, so they only receive it when they're in the system. That's why she, like one of the issues that she expressed was that only clients get these benefits. So like if you're not in the criminal justice system and you're indigent, you don't have access to these things unless you pay for it.
Is there an argument for holistic defense from the prosecution side of things?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, why? So is it only for the people who are the defense attorneys interested in holistic defense? Or is there an argument for people who are trying to do prosecution? Because I know the public attorneys on both sides have interest in dealing with mass incarceration. So what would be the argument for somebody on the prosecution side to make this argument to support these defendants on a larger scale?
Like,
it's a little bit of a tricky question.
I know, I'm trying to like think of how to answer this.
Yeah.
So like.
So you interviewed defense lawyers, right?
Right.
Did you talk to any prosecutors?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you put yourself in their shoes to say what would be a good reason to do this to benefit their position? Like, I'm a prosecutor. Why would it be a good idea for me to also have this on the defense side?
Well, it makes the situation easier for everyone because a lot of the time indigent clients like aren't mentally ready to face their case and like they struggle just like trying to put the case together because they won't comply with the attorney. So for a prosecutor, it would just make their situation better, like moving the case along.
Audience? Okay.
Just kidding, I think so.
All right, so we, for those of you who are committee and honors kids, we have lunch that will be set up, and we'll probably eat that around noon, maybe a little before. And then we will re-adjourn at 1 for 3 more this afternoon. Okay, so get up.
I was going to say,
I'm so excited. Okay. I want to get it. Are you guys coming back this afternoon? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think.
I see you. You should laugh? Okay. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know either, because I guess you guys could just ultimately stay in. Hey,
Wait, I'm just let him do his scores.
I'm good. I don't know.
It sounds like
Not for me. I'm sure you have it there.
Yeah, I put thank you before that, and I was like, I don't need to show everyone my works cited. I think you're fine.
Avery, I think it's, like, having your research paper, I think it's good. Like, I remember last day, it was like flash, you're like, oh, it's there, but no one looks at it. You obviously have it, and you cited it throughout the presentation.
So the camera's focused on you.
Yeah.
Code, the camera's zoomed in on you right now.
Why? Same way in class.
Hi, Mr. Coe. Really? Did you like it? Thank you. Thank you. That was really cool. There was a lot more. I know. I couldn't help anymore.
I mean, there were a whole bunch of years.
The issue was, I was like, there's so many like different.
Oh, I know. So many different pieces of it.
Yeah.
It's really good. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Oh, wait, you let the food. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
You can always.
Are you gonna?
Are you?
I'll wait for you. I'll wait
I
for
just
you.
have first. You can always just leave. Am I staying? Am I staying here? Yeah. Is it over?
And also, oh, in fact, you can toss all of them as far as I'm concerned. All right, we'll see.
You're going to get changed.
There's also like
It's really nice. You guys got it. Do you have this?
I have 4
We are.
just to start.
Unless you have
Just fun. A year or whatever. Started out kind of
yeah, I watched it in like over the course of 2 months. Had 6 years investment. 6 years
It's like that you know what I mean? So there's a show, there's a social media, prime time.
The last 2 seasons were extreme, and so they just hit a hard reset.
It's like the guy was like, there's a scene with the guy's like, oh my god. And then it's just like, anytime you say something, you see something, is it was all street. Shows on TV, but yeah, and then they just kind of played out for a couple of seasons.
I came in and it was there, and you just left.
I think that was a.
Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah? All right, cool.
Got 1 minute. Again, you've got snacks over there, water, if anybody needs anything.
It does have
Okay, our next presenter is Kysten Stegelmeyer, and she's doing The System Built for Us, Working Against Us. If I can please ask you to silence your cell phones if you're new in here. Just make sure that your phones are off, and we are live streaming, okay?
All right, hello everyone. My name is Kysten Stegelmeyer, and today I will be discussing the U.S. prison system and how we manage it. Now, I have a question. Can anybody guess how many people, those who weren't here for Eleanor's presentation, how many people are incarcerated in the United States? Yes. Go. 1 million? No. So, there's actually 2 million people incarcerated throughout our municipal, state, and federal prisons and jails. Now, our United States population is actually 330 million, and 2 million out of that may not seem like a lot, but it actually breaks down to almost 1 inmate for every 150 people. We also have the highest incarceration rate in the world and one of the highest recidivism rates in the world. If you're wondering what recidivism is, it can be classified in 2 different ways. The first is a convict that was rearrested after being released from prison or jail, and the second is a convict that was reconvicted, meaning they'll go back to jail after being released. The United States classifies it as being rearrested, and we currently have a 60% recidivism rate. Yes. All right. So in order to begin to understand where these high rates are coming from, we need to look at how we manage our prisons. Now, Douglas McGregor developed the Theory X concept for just general management things. This management style assumes that all of those under its control are inherently untrustworthy, lazy, and just don't want to do anything. This encourages the management to enforce strict rules and in prisons that can look like strict supervision, schedules, and punishment if you do not adhere to these rules. Now, because Theory X is a broad management style, John DeLulio came up with 3 prison management models. Those include the control, responsibility, and consensual models. Now, the control model is virtually the same as Theory X in the sense that it believes that those under its control are untrustworthy. They also believe that inmates have shown an incapability to self-govern and are treated accordingly. Now, if you don't know what self-governing is, that can be any decision that you make for yourself in your life. Where you're gonna eat dinner, if you're gonna stop at a stop sign, things like that. The assumption that they're incapable of doing this may be justified because, yes, they did commit a crime to make themselves be in prison. However, believing that they will never be able to and expecting them to be able to self-govern without being taught or shown how to do it after they leave prison is just setting them up for failure. It's setting them up to be returned to prison because they don't know how they're supposed to act in society. That's all they've known. And the untrustworthiness also extends to correctional officers, which are the guards, and they're in charge of maintaining the order within the prison. Now, when the correctional officers are deemed untrustworthy, we see 2 major outcomes. One being that the COs and inmates, they bond over that mutual distrust between the higher-ups and themselves, and they co-produce the order in the prison. And when management tries to get that order back, it just results in backlash, and it's just back and forth. And another outcome is the corrections officers do crack down really hard on the rules, and then, again, results in riots. The responsibility model is virtually the opposite of the control model in the sense that instead of believing everyone is untrustworthy, it believes that everyone deserves the benefit of the doubt. It encourages self-governance rather than punishing it. And I want to convey that the notion that punishment is the only way to atone for one's actions is harmful, and rehabilitation or the responsibility model is a long-lasting beneficial solution to this. So Irvin Yalom, he wrote an essay in discussing the importance of group therapy, and in this essay he also discussed the importance of the alikeness of a group, the attractiveness of a group to its members, meaning that someone is more likely to participate in a group if there are people there that look and are the same as them. They don't have to look the same, sorry. But this sparked what we call therapeutic communities, or TCs, and one that is of note is called Cornerstone. It is funded by the Oregon Department of Mental Health, and basically what they do is, this program is for drug-addicted offenders, and they separate them from the general population for 1 year, and they put them in control of their own rehabilitation. They're responsible for running the program, and there are rules and things that they must adhere to for the program as anything else, only they are rewarded for adhering to the rules rather than punished for not adhering to the rules. This also uses peer pressure and peer support in order to encourage the participation. After this year is up, these inmates are given 6 months of transitional support and aftercare so that they aren't just thrown back into society. That can include things like job interviews or welfare or other things like that. Right, so the consensual model is a combination of the control and the responsibility models. It's different in really every prison, but for example, there could be strict rules, but not so much of a strict schedule. I thought that this one was worth mentioning because it is one of DeLulio's 3 models. However, he does disprove of it himself. He says that it's too inconsistent. So too much of one thing obviously is not good, but too much inconsistency between how we manage our prisons can send mixed signals and land us further back than when we started. So what really convinced me on the argument of responsibility versus control was a study done by Michael Reisig, and he watched over 306 inmates in 11 different correctional facilities, and he recorded their reactions to the different management styles. And you would think that the control model would have less disorder than the responsibility and the consensual models, but in fact it had significantly greater amount of disorder than the responsibility and consensual models. This supports that the control model not only prevents rehabilitation, but the order that it was designed to create. Now, I talked about therapeutic communities and how they can be beneficial, and they are beneficial. However, it's not practical to implement that throughout the entire nation. And so whenever looking for other solutions, I wanted to look at Norway's system. It really caught my eye because their system is considered the most humane prison system in the world. Now, it wasn't always like that though. They had a very similar system to ours in the sense that they focused on control and punishment rather than trust and responsibility. When they were focused on this control, they had a 70% recidivism rate, which is significantly greater than ours because Norway considers it as being reconvicted rather than being rearrested. They switched systems in the 90s to focus more on rehabilitation, and today their recidivism rate is at 20%. All right, so UCSF was doing a study on the mental and physical health of correctional officers and inmates, and they actually interviewed a correctional officer from Norway, and he relayed a popular Norwegian saying, "If you pee your pants on a cold winter day, it will feel very warm, then it'll freeze like hell." That may seem kind of silly, but it actually encourages them to stray away from making decisions that fix things in the short term, but ultimately make it a bigger problem in the long term. And Tom Eberhardt is the corrections officer that I was referencing, and he also stated that this is the perfect metaphor for a revenge-driven approach to corrections, and that is exactly what we have in the United States. Norway is an example for why it shouldn't be like this and why it doesn't have to be. According to UCSF, Norway's shift in policies had 3 major principles. Those include normality, progression, and dynamic security. The normality includes letting prisoners wear their own clothes, take classes, or look into jobs they might be interested in after prison. Progression gives responsibility to the inmates. Again, it's all about the self-governance. And the dynamic security encourages correctional officers to converse with inmates and build those bonds so that rather than punishing them for something that's happening, they can get to the root of what's happening. And that can take away the fear dynamic of the prisons. And if everybody isn't constantly on edge, then they can actually focus on helping themselves be better instead of surviving. Oh, sorry guys. While there are cultural, political, and economic differences between Norway, I do think that it would be worth it to at least try and move towards this. They do have a fraction of the inmates that we do, and they spend, I think, over 3 times the amount on each prisoner. But I'm not saying that we have to have these luxurious prisons, because I really think that it's more about, I don't think that we need to spend a bunch of money in order to make these people feel safe. Now, as I mentioned before, recidivism can include rearrest or reconviction after being released from prison or jail. Now, a study by David J. Harding, he compared recidivism with those who were sentenced to prison to those who were sentenced to probation, and he found that the recidivism rate rises by 18% if you're sentenced to prison within 3 years. So you're 18% more likely to go back to jail within 3 years if you go to jail in the first place. Now, I have talked about a lot of studies that other people have done, but I wanted to really talk to the people who are in this community, and I had some help getting some interviews, and I asked them some questions. So the first are some environmental questions. the first was, what is the highest level of education you completed? None of them said that they completed high school. And I want to mention that this is a fairly small sample size. There was about 6 people, I would say maybe. Some of the questions aren't applicable to everyone. And so I do know that this is not a representation of any demographic, but it is some representation. I also asked, I did not put it up here, but I asked if they were wealthy growing up, and not one of them said that they were more than poor. This can hint at some environmental factors as to why they may be going into the prison system in the first place. And I asked, what do you think would make prisons more about helping people rather than punishing them? And every single response I got was more programs and getting into them quicker. Now, there weren't really specifications on programs, but getting into them quicker, there are sometimes months and year-long waiting lists to get into programs that are designed to help them, and they're just left to deal with it until then, pretty much. And in order to get people into these programs quicker, we need to decrease the amount of people that are coming back. I asked, what do you think would bring down the recidivism rate? And they basically repeated what I said before, support transitioning into freedom, employment, which is also the transitional support, and trying to help people more respect. This supports the idea that they want help. You know, it's not just, like, nobody wants to be a criminal. Nobody is born thinking, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna rob a bank, or whatever. You know, they do these things because they have to, because of their circumstances. And if we help people make their circumstances better, then they won't be driven to commit these crimes. I also asked, is this your first time in prison? All but one said no. All of the ones that said no went back to prison within 2 years of being released. And this is a bit of a trigger warning, but I wanted to mention this. I asked them to describe some of the worst things that they've seen, and this is local. This is people from here. They said they watched someone die in prison. They said he saw an inmate slit a guard's throat the 3rd day he was in prison. That goes back to what I was saying about how the fear element just puts people constantly on edge. If the COs are pitted against the inmates, then they're going to be the ones that are affected by it. They saw men being raped, beaten, burned in prison, and nothing was done about it. And one of the statements was that it changes you both physically and mentally. Someone also stated that you become a part of it before and after you leave it, and that the fear and the anxiety and the survival that is a part of the prison system only encourages the criminal mindset. It heightens it, and you learn things that you would have never known before. I believe that we need to give these people the help that they very clearly want. And again, not everybody is going to want that help or accept it very easily, but if they see that it's working, then maybe they will. Just to reflect, a lot of people may think that the prison system is too far gone, but I think that that is honestly just an excuse to not do anything about it. I did really want to give up a lot of times during this because and choose an easier topic, one that had less controversy and history and just continual rabbit holes, but I realized that would make me a part of the problem. There's so much depth to this topic, and I did have a whole other key point on this, but I just could not get into it because I would rather explain one in depth and have you guys understand it than go over the whole thing in a broad sense and you take nothing away from it. I realized that the someone else will do it mindset is what has gotten and kept us here in this country. And with these projects, we're all choosing to be the someone else in these situations, and I think that's cool. And in my opinion, you may be asking at the end of this, why should I care? I'm not ever going to commit a crime. I'm not ever going to go to prison. But you should care how we treat our prisoners because they're going to be our neighbors one day. And thank you. You guys excited?
When you reference locals and
say that they were in prison, are you referring to the local jail, or are you referring to people who actually went to a state prison and then came back?
Well, these are people who have been in this jail and in prison.
Did you happen to ask Sheriff Nolan which of these paradigms he is preferential to?
I did not.
You mentioned that one of them had commented that they would prefer help instead of the warehousing for money.
Yeah.
How much, if you did this research, do we spend to incarcerate people? What's it cost to lock up 2 million of our own?
It's about 100. It ranges from different prisons, but just an average is about $100 a day, and that averages out to about $73 billion a year.
And was there, since many prisons are now what we call privatized, they've been handed over to companies instead of being run by, quote unquote, the state or the feds, did you, in your research, come across any statistical difference when it comes to the return rate from private facilities versus state-run facilities?
I did not do that. I did really want to look into the private prisons because I know that that is a huge factor, but there was just so much to my research that I didn't want to touch on that topic and then not fully explain it, if that makes sense.
Did you do research on the link between the control model in prisons and the control model in public schools?
No, I did not. So I'll look into that then. Anybody else?
You talked about programs that would help. Just through your research, what programs do you think would be beneficial to have available for you?
Again, the cornerstone with the group therapy and everything, but I mean, that's not very practical to implement. There's another one that UCSF is a part of was the AMEND program, which is again focused on bettering the health of the physical and mental health of the correction officers and inmates. I'm not exactly sure what they do in that program, but that's just another one that I could reference off the top of my head.
How do you see this being implemented? Like, what is the first step on making the industrial prison system less industrial?
Oh boy, it's hard because there's just so much to it. But we have to start somewhere. If I had to say, I would probably focus on. I would probably start focusing on training corrections officers in handling situations, in de-escalating situations, rather than violence, resorting to violence.
About that, like in Norway, did you look into any like training of correction officers out there to be implemented here, or did you not look into that?
I did not look into that. Anybody else?
Audience?
Yeah.
So I know that a lot of people in prison, like I've seen those prison interviews, and a lot of the time prison outlook, where people would beat each other up and do horrible things, it's come because they're like sleep deprived and hungry and anxious. And would it be better to like focus on putting more money into like better sleeping situations and just ways to de-escalate anxiety in prison, like more food to the people and better ways to, yeah.
I definitely do think that would be the place to start if I could, in a non-realistic sense, but just because there's so many people, and because there's so much money already being put into it, I think that we can't really start doing it until we do decrease the amount of people that are in our jails and prisons, because most of the money that supports prisons is taxpayer money, and so there's that we have to consider. Anything else I saw?
Yeah, I was just curious, Kysten, like, what piqued your interest in this topic? Because you obviously have a lot of passion for it, and did you have that to begin with, or did you develop it as you were going along?
I've always, recently, like in the past couple of years, I've been receiving like more information on the justice system and stuff, and how it is unfair, and how prisoners are treated in it. And I definitely wasn't as passionate about it in the beginning as I was now, but as I did more research, like I really had this idea picked out last year, so I wanted to do it for a really long time. I've just kind of always known that it was a problem, and I've never really heard a bunch of people speaking up about it, and so I wanted to be the one to do that. Anybody else?
Okay, good job.
Now what you
Make my day right now.
I know how
And
What about tomorrow?
I was talking about how because we said talking about how, I don't know how many research to do tomorrow presentation. I was, oh, that's smart, that's what I'm gonna do. I mean, I know what she's gonna do, she's gonna
Yeah. I won't be in class probably.
Yeah. You definitely won't be there for one.
No.
But you might do that for 6 hours. So you're taking the rest of the day. You're taking the rest of the day off anyways.
But there's a good card sort activity I have.
That's our part.
Well, good.
all right, guys, let's go ahead and get started with our next presentation. This one's Censorship in Schools by Desdine Bachman.
Hi guys, my name is Desdine Bachman and I will be telling you about censorship in schools. There are worse crimes than burning books. One of them is not reading them. That was said by Joseph Brodsky, who won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1987. He was a poet who famously called censorship a true crime against literature. And I think most people can agree with that. Censorship does take away a certain sense of our individuality in our society. We live in a democratic society which is a government by the people and for the people. It's based on representation of different beliefs and opinions, and a successful democratic society is filled with informed citizens who know how to debate their own cause and know how to debate their own beliefs. Everyone knows their First Amendment rights. We have the freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of press, and this applies to everyone, all U.S. citizens. But what about children, specifically students? Do these rights still apply as we walk past the school doors? And when it comes to inappropriate or controversial topics, it can get a bit trickier. It's more acceptable to censor inappropriate information. Teachers naturally try to shield their students from controversy and explicit material. But this can lead to censoring information that's crucial to education and development and growing as we as students become part of today's functioning society. There are a couple different types of censorship. The first one we're going to talk about is direct censorship. Direct censorship is when administration directly restricts the material that is taught in classrooms. This can come from the principal, from the school board. There is accountability here because it's direct, and we have evidence from when it happened and why it's happening. An example of this is the Child Internet Protection Act. This encourages use of filters on school Chromebooks and school accounts. This restricts access to information across the internet and across Google and across what we use to find research. The next type of censorship is indirect censorship. This is self-censorship by teachers. This can be dangerous because there is less accountability. There isn't exactly proof when this happens. This is when teachers structure their lessons and their curriculum based on their own personal comfortability and outside pressure. This outside pressure can come from teachers, patrons, sponsors, and even higher up like the school board. In order to combat this, teachers should inform and teach students so they can broaden their respective perspectives regardless of personal opinion. So right here is what we call the book ban advocates of 2020. 50% is from parents. Parents themselves who are pushing to take away certain types of information and certain topics that they do not want their own children hearing. 20% from patron sponsors who are sponsoring libraries who ask that certain books be kept out of the students' curricula. 11% from the actual board and administration. 9% from political and religious groups like churches who are involved in the community. And this 10% of other is unaccounted for censorship or from students themselves or from higher up federal government, state government. Hazelwood versus Kohlmeyer, 1988, is a Supreme Court case where students were expanding their own interests in their school. They wrote an article for their school newspaper about divorce and teenage pregnancy. The principal censored this based off of he decided that it was inappropriate and his students were not advanced enough or ready to hear this kind of inappropriate information. The students took this case to court because they believed that their First Amendment rights had been violated. In a 5-3 decision, the Supreme Court decided there was no violation of their rights because it was ultimately a school-sanctioned newspaper, and the principal had the right to decide what would be released to his students. While it was school-sanctioned, it was school-sponsored, it is information deprivation. We have the argument that the students it was too inappropriate. The students weren't ready to hear such advanced and mature information. But these articles had first-hand experiences from these students' peers in high school. So obviously these students were going through the struggles of teenage pregnancy and divorce and what was happening in their own behavior. So this is information that was taken away that they needed just as they progressed and as they got older and developed. The internet is a useful source. It provides access to countless topics that help you with school, work, and day-to-day life. This is from the Pew Research Center. In 2000, only 52% of US adults said they use the internet. But in 2021, that jumped to 93%, which is almost everybody using the internet as a tool in their day-to-day life. With growing internet usage, we worry about the impact that explicit material has on children. But whether we like to admit it or not, kids are exposed to violence, obscenity, and pornography much younger. They see violence in video games, in news, they see obscenity in movies and TV shows, pornography, and there's explicit songs that are available to everybody. In order to help them build maturity, we need to educate them on the difference between reality and fantasy. A 10-year-old doesn't know the difference between violence in a video game and violence in real life. By educating them on this distinction, we build maturity in a generation. When we talk about controversial topics in classrooms, there tends to be some bias sometimes, and that's what a big worry is, because there's a lot of emotion behind each controversial topic. This is why teaching can be influenced. In order to teach these, teachers need to adamantly inform based on all perspectives and information surrounding the topic. Bias is combated using information. By teaching all perspectives, we are promoting autonomy in the classroom, and our students are allowed to make their own choices and build their own opinions as they move forward. Advancing critical thinking skills in schools promotes autonomy and choices. The only way to encourage new viewpoints and beliefs is to provide students with adequate access to information. We should treat information as what it is, a tool in education, not something that needs to be closely monitored and restricted at every given time. We need to encourage further research and personal interests and make that personal research accessible. Our society is based on variability and debate. Allowing students to form their own educated opinions shapes a generation of smart voters. Students need to be prepared for a complicated society where their access to information isn't being restricted and controlled. That's it. Thank you.
You talk about educating children on making a distinction between reality and fantasy when it comes to violence Obscenities. What does that look like to you?
I think, to me, educating based on that distinction is showing them real life examples of everything. You see video games where they're gunning down people, Grand Theft Auto, and students, young kids will look at that and think that that's what it's like every day. Educating them based on this is how it happens in reality, this is what happens in death, this is what happens in school shootings, and not restricting everything. If a school shooting happens, students should know about that. They should know what happens after, the aftermath of each violent act, so that they know it's not just on screen, it's not just something that doesn't affect them or affects a small community, it affects everybody.
Building upon the wisdom, the autonomy, and encouraging people to find more information on their own is good. And the true crime out there is people not reading books. How are educators to deal with the problem of so many people just being proud of the fact they don't read, and the new phenomenon of people avoiding the more rigorous classes that are offered?
Even today in school is looked and frowned upon as being, where students come, I don't want to go to school today, I want to stay home, this isn't fun for me, because there's such a structure to it. They don't have their own autonomy to go research on their own. And teachers should focus on piquing interest so they can go home. When they go home, they can think about, oh, I learned about this today, I want to research this, I want to open up my school computer and I want to be able to look this up. I want to be able to research every single perspective that surrounds what we thought about today. If we, as a community and as an education system, we need to make school seem like something that's not just going to affect us for the 8 hours we're inside the school or the hour we're in this government class. We need to be thinking about it as soon as we leave. We think about it in our day-to-day life and how it relates to us and how it affects us every day.
Okay, so this is kind of a weird question. You had a graph. Can we go back to the graph?
Yes, which one?
The circle graph. Okay, so in this study, were respondents able to identify as both parents and patrons, or did you have to pick?
I did believe you had to pick.
So then 20% of patrons could also be parents?
Mm-hmm.
Just checking.
Yes. Any other questions?
This is overall, not just Montezuma Cortez High School.
This is nationwide.
Right. So how do you feel censorship is affected today, now, at high school here?
Here. So right now there's a lot of talk around critical race theory in the school board. We have a committee who's going to be going through and combing through our books and our textbooks to look for what is deemed critical race theory. So today there's a lot of pressure from parents in the school board especially. Because personally I don't know about any patrons or direct supporters of our library or our classrooms, but what I see is parents and the board who are looking into this the most and pushing for more restricted information and more restrictions on the internet and more restrictions on textbooks.
Was there an event or a series of events that inspired this topic for you?
I think I've been going to school for 12 years now, and I've seen times where I go onto the internet to read about a certain article for an essay, something that I've been assigned, and I can't even do that. I have to use my own personal computer, my own personal account. I wrote an essay on Dante's Inferno, and I couldn't even go into certain articles because they've mentioned the word hell, and it had obscenity and nudity and pictures and stuff like that. So that it really does, it restricts what I'm able to learn, it restricts what we're all able to look into and research.
So do you feel in general that M-CHS or Montezuma County Cortez School District is falling too much on the restriction side as opposed to the availability of information?
Yes, I believe so.
So what role do parents have then? What you're saying is that students should be able to do whatever they want. So what role does a parent have in their child's education?
Parents are with us in the classroom every day. parents aren't with us when we're doing homework every day, and when we're writing our essays, when we're making our presentations. The only people who really understand what students go through are the students and our direct teachers. As a community here and as parents here, we need to understand that there are things that we're going to look into. We may want to shelter our kids, and we may want to shelter your teenagers from such inappropriate and scary topics, but I'm going off to college in 4 months. I'm not going to have that restriction then. So we have to think about how is this going to affect our students, how are these limitations going to affect our students as they become members of society and they have this huge opening where they can research whatever they want.
Did you do any research on how many participants of what we would consider banned websites are already underage? So did you look up how many underage students are on Pornhub every day?
I didn't look that up, but I sure
Check
can
it out.
imagine.
You should check it out.
Any other questions?
Audience? Okay.
Thank you, guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like are so different that you can't say but I mean, an idea of
41% of human I it's a disconnect there.
Yeah. So that one kind of like
God, he's talking about them all. Buy something. That brings.
Are they going to just like have like a 30-minute gap to show what it's just going to be, or just
No, they'll do that too. Yeah. So they're gonna do this and then yeah. So then tomorrow morning it's just gonna be longer.
No. Yeah, this one.
Hair like that. So right.
What year did you graduate?
The last
one. 07.
The name's Code. Andrew Code.
Maybe.
social media in schools, those different
Everyone needs a good
filters or the AI test, they all come to Twitter or whatever, you filters have to web go. Really more file stuff. So they have to like see the article.
Yeah, I watched it.
I do that to keep myself on top.
Yeah. All you do for schools are like
Well, okay, so here's the thing. You can't. So there's that. That you can't
before they have stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Like hearing about the history of it.
Sure. No, the live thing.
Yeah.
That's more like a religion.
Yeah, that's I know it's a heavy. It's a heavy.
I know.
Because before, I'm not sure. Yeah, it really puts me in a very position. That's a great role model. That's a great role.
Still only one 17.
Mine really works. Yeah, she's a I do. Yes.
That's like the humidity. Is he the donkey? He's not a horse. Yeah.
I said maybe I'll get one. So you all can do their here. Any stuff. I guess all of it. She literally did something the best. But like mild and stuff and all this. It's okay. So she's hers was I'm sure.
Yeah, really? And that's why we know how to do it. Ask me. No, this is happening.
I don't mind that. I'm just gonna get how it's frustrated.
No, he's like not scared, but like he tries to act. Exactly.
No, I know.
Can you show up?
No, she's like, we'll talk about tomorrow. I'll just put it right here.
He'll just throw stuff at you all the time, but.
Loud area. Throws on the loud area.
No, you're fine.
I'm from here. I know all about loud areas.
Right now.
For sure.
Yeah, you are. Worse. That's easy.
Worse is like Kansas is what I always say. Worse.
But I did a lot of work.
Yeah.
These look good. These look good.
We drink a lot of yeah. So there's a lot of
My grandpa was crying at me, and I was a wrong person whenever I knew that the word was Syphilis. But he was saying I was a wrong person.
That's the first one that's like,
You're like, yeah.
Hey.
I know. I don't want to waste the
Irish She does not swear I want him. Moses smells Moses smells
recently trying to figure out whether or not that's like, yeah, try to make more complicated.
Have you been through
What did you want me to get you?
Put them in some pudding. It was no good?
The orange was really good, but it like the citrus on my tongue like I didn't think very sore. Too much candy.
Wait for your, you know, them to grade your thing and then write it. It's like,
Alright guys, this is our last presentation for today. Gun Control, the Best Option by Duncan Martin.
Alright, so study this picture of a gun for me for a bit. Now, without thinking about it too much, raise your hand if you think this gun looks more dangerous than the previous one. Okay, yeah, quite a few of you. Now raise your hand if you think this looks more dangerous than the previous one. Okay, not as many. Now raise your hand if you don't think that anyone should ever own a fully semi-automatic assault weapon. Okay, yeah, quite a few of you. So the first two guns I showed you are essentially the same. They both fire the same ammunition, they both can hold a 30-round magazine, they both have a 16-inch barrel, and they're both semi-automatic. Now, a fully semi-automatic assault weapon isn't really a thing. Semi-automatic means that it fires with each pull of the trigger. Most handguns are semi-automatic. Every gun I've just shown you is semi-automatic. So you may have been a bit confused when I used the term deadly when I asked you which one looked more deadly. And that's because it's a very vague term. It's very subjective. Different people have different ideas of what makes a gun deadly. Now, politicians and reporters and many people tend to use vague terms like this. They want that second gun banned and not the first one, even though they're the same, pretty much the same gun. So many of their laws and their legislation tend to be very ineffective. Also, many people forget the reason why we have guns here in the first place. They don't know the dangers of banning guns outright. Also, many of the laws we have in place are very effective, more effective than we give them credit for, at keeping bad people from getting guns. So that is why, in the interest of preventing more gun violence and violence in general, we should prevent people from committing those acts, but not prevent them from getting the guns. We should focus on preventing people from committing terrible acts with guns rather than banning guns. So that's why gun control is not the best option. So many people tend to believe that America is really bad as far as gun control goes. You know, it's very dangerous. People are getting shot all over the place. And so according to a Switzerland small arms survey in 2018, they estimate about 400 million guns are owned in America. And so according to this graph, it shows, you can see that the United States has the highest ratio of civilian-owned guns to civilians in the world. And so if any country is at this red line at 100 there, that means that they have the same amount of guns as people in that country. So you can see that the United States is the only country above that line, meaning there are more guns than people in the country. Also, 2020 had the most gun deaths on record. It was about 45,000 deaths. However, while, as you can see by this graph, firearm murder rates have increased tremendously in the past few years, suicide rates actually remain much higher than murder rates. And also murder rates have recently been lower than past highs. Suicide actually accounts consistently every year for about 60% of deaths. So when you see this scary number, 45,000, just note that about only 40% of those are actually murders or homicides, not including suicides. And so we can see that by this graph, it shows firearm murder rate per 100,000 on the x-axis and firearm suicide rate on the y-axis. So you can see that the United States here is very high as far as suicides go, but it's actually not that far to the right. It's actually only ranked 30th in the world as far as murder rates go. This graph also proves that gun ownership doesn't correlate with gun murders. So all of these countries here on the far right, they have very high murder rates. They're all South American, Central American countries, Venezuela, El Salvador, Guatemala. They're not even in the top 30 as far as gun ownership goes. However, this does suggest that gun ownership might correlate with gun suicides. The United States, Uruguay, Montenegro, they're all in the top 10 as far as gun ownership goes, and they're all very high in suicide. One note to also make about this graph is that you can see the scale on the x-axis. Each line is 10 murders per 100,000. On the y, it's only 2. So if each axis were to scale, the United States would actually only be about there. So another thing that people tend to suggest as something we need to fix in America is the process that people go through to buy a gun. A lot of people tend to think that it's very easy to buy a gun in America. It's almost as easy as just walking to a grocery store, coming out 10 minutes later, and having a gun. But this claim is simply false. So background checks are required for every licensed seller in most states. According to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, if anyone is in what they call the business of selling firearms, so to quote, with the principal motive of making a profit, they have to have a license to sell. So in an interview that I conducted with one such licensed seller, they said that the buyer has to be the actual buyer of the gun, so they can't buy it for someone else. They can't ever have been adjudicated as mentally defective or have been committed to a mental institution. They also can't have committed any felonies, or they can't be a fugitive from justice. So in especially strict states, people can be prohibited from buying guns for very small misdemeanors. Some people have been kept from buying a gun for things as small as unpaid parking tickets even. And so I have right here this the firearms transaction record, which anyone has to fill out before buying a gun, so you can just pass this around. It shows how stringent the process is to actually buy a gun. It's not as easy as people claim. So remember when I tricked a lot of you with that term, fully semi-automatic assault weapon? So I've already explained why a fully semi-automatic weapon doesn't really make sense. But assault weapon, that term has been used very often in the media and by politicians, but it actually has no explicit definition. So in 2018, author David Koppel, he made a list of many times that this term has been used in legislation or in the media, and each time that it's used is defining different types of guns. So in 2003 in Illinois, one bill defined an assault weapon as any gun with a barrel diameter larger than a ½ inch, so that would include most shotguns. In 2013, right here in Colorado, an assault weapon was defined as, quote, any firearm except handguns, shotguns, and bolt-action rifles. So any rifle, any slide-action rifle, any lever-action rifle, even 17th century single-shot rifles would be defined as assault weapons. In Illinois in 2013, most handguns would be defined as assault weapons. They call semi-automatic rifles or handguns with detachable magazines assault weapons. So 80% of handguns are semi-automatic, so most handguns would be called assault weapons. Even paintball or airsoft guns have been called assault weapons in the past in a 1990 New Jersey statute. So this is all important because these all fail to include the most dangerous guns, which are automatic weapons, so machine guns, or assault rifles, which are different from assault weapons. Assault rifles are defined by the U.S. Army as short, compact, selective fire weapons. And selective fire just means that it can switch between automatic and semi-automatic. Also, most of the time, handguns aren't included under the definition of assault weapon. Although, remember when I showed you that picture of a handgun before, not many of you raised your hands when you thought it was dangerous. The FBI, according to the FBI database, about 91% of shootings are committed with handguns. So they might be arguably more dangerous than the other weapons that I showed you. Now there are 3 reasons that I can think of that people would use this term. So for one, they might be using it to make it clear that they're only referring to the most dangerous weapons, when now we know most of the time they're actually not. Or they might be trying to make it easier for people to understand what they're talking about if those people don't know much about guns. Or they might just be uninformed. They might not know what they're talking about. So in 1988, Josh Sugarman, he was a gun control proponent. He was urging people to focus more on gun control for rifles. He said, quote, the weapon's menacing looks coupled with the public's confusion over fully automatic machine guns versus semi-automatic assault weapons, anything that looks like a machine gun is assumed to be a machine gun, can only increase the chance of public support for restrictions on these weapons. And he's absolutely right. I mean, this term assault weapon has had no explicit meaning. It's purely a term fabricated by politicians and used depending on the politics at the moment. So this is the Second Amendment in all its glory. So it says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now that's pretty vague, right? But many of the problems that people are having with the Second Amendment today weren't problems that the Founding Fathers really thought of at the time when they wrote it. So let's break this down just to make it a bit easier, or make sure we have a better understanding of it. So the Founding Fathers wanted every citizen, you and me, to be in what they called a well-regulated militia, and for that militia to be armed. They understood the dangers of a standing army. They didn't want the U.S. to have a standing army because they believed the government could command it to attack its own citizens. So they wanted to give us the power. Also, one note to make is well-regulated doesn't necessarily mean restricted. It really means well-maintained, well-trained, able to defend the country at a moment's notice. Now, they believed that this militia was necessary to our freedom. They understood the dangers of a tyrannical government because we had just fled a tyrannical government. They wanted to give the people the ability to keep our government in check. So they put the hands in us, the people. They put the power in our hands so that we were ruling our government rather than it ruling us. Now, when most people hear the right to keep and bear arms, they tend to think of a personal right, but this is actually a fairly new idea. So prior to the famous 2008 District of Columbia versus Heller case, where the Supreme Court ruled that, quote, self-defense is the central component of the Second Amendment. Most of the time before that, the Second Amendment was really ruled as the right to bear arms in the militia, which was every eligible citizen. And so the personal right to keep and bear arms for self-defense was really implied. At the time when they wrote it, if someone attacked you, you'd use your gun to defend yourself. A gun was simply a tool. It was very useful for hunting, but also for self-defense. So, yeah, it was just an implied right that that's personal. So just to recap, a well-regulated, well-maintained, well-trained militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, being necessary to help us defend our country not only from external threats, but from domestic threats, from our own government if it were to become tyrannical. The right of the collective people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So now, generally speaking, states with stricter gun laws tend to have lower gun death rates. So states like California, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, they have far lower gun death rates than states like Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi that tend to have more lenient gun laws. However, their murder rates tend to stay the same. So California and Texas, they have opposite gun laws, seemingly. California is very strict and Texas is not. But California's murder rate is 6.1 and Texas is 7.6 per 100,000. Now, obviously, their gun death rates are very different, 7.8 to 12.7. However, according to the FBI, 50% of murders committed in California were committed with things other than guns, while in Texas, 30% of them were. Now, this proves that while gun legislation might reduce gun violence, it doesn't tend to reduce violence in general. And we can see that with other comparisons here. Now, you might find the state comparisons a bit strange, like New York and Montana. I only chose them because they have similar murder rates, and you can see the same trend. Again, a gun is a tool. Many people tend to use these tools to hurt others. And so taking away the tool does not take away their intent to hurt others. So now we understand the dangers of banning guns. We understand that taking away our guns would take away our ability to keep our country free, not only from other foreign threats, but also from our own government if it were to become tyrannical. We know that many of the legislation we've put in place, many of the gun laws we put in place might not work as well as we hoped they would. So we need to address the root of the problem, which is why do people commit terrible acts with guns? So in 2021, Dr. Ira Glick at the Stanford University School of Medicine, they found that 28 out of 35, so 80% of mass shooters had some undiagnosed mental disorder or mental illness. Now we already know that in America, depression and suicide are already increasingly great problems. Knowing this only increases the urgency for us to tackle these mental illnesses. Now, many of these disorders tend to start at a young age from bad parenting. So in 2007, Leslie Simons and Rand Conger, they led a study investigating the outcomes in adolescents with parents of different parenting techniques. So there were 4 different parenting techniques. The first was authoritative, which struck a balance between what they call warmth and support and enforcement of rules. The second one was authoritarian, which was very focused on rules. The third was indulgent, which was quite the opposite, focused on more on warmth and support. And then the fourth was uninvolved, which is none of the above. They tend to have a very distant relationship with their kids. And so they found that kids with at least one authoritative parent tended to have the least delinquency, the least suicide, and the most commitment to school. And now, while it is very difficult to estimate how many parents use each of these parenting techniques, according to the study, about almost 30% of parent couples have at least one authoritative parent. Now, you may notice that all of these numbers, they add up to more than 100%. That's not an accident. So this was taking into account all 16 combinations of each of the parenting techniques. So for instance, if there was one indulgent mother and one authoritative father, that percentage was included in both indulgent and authoritative. So this is saying that that's the percentage of parent couples who have at least one authoritative parent. So just to kind of wrap this up, so on the surface, gun violence in America may look dismal, but it's not as bad as it's made out to be. Banning guns would be very dangerous because it would take away our ability to not only to defend ourselves individually, but to defend our country if it were to be attacked, and to defend ourselves from our own government if it were to become tyrannical. So rather than banning guns, we should focus on preventing people from committing terrible acts with guns. And many of those people do that because of their mental disabilities. And many of those disabilities start at a young age. So we need to focus on raising our kids better so that they don't have those mental disabilities. Other solutions in the now, because raising our kids better, sure, that'll help in the future, but now what we should do is better enforce our rules that already work. Many of the reasons why people are committing these terrible acts is people not doing their jobs right, people selling guns and not doing background checks when they should, And so, yeah, thank you.
I have what I want to say
Question about misconceptions with guns. And some of this harkens to menacing looks. And you mentioned that a gun control advocate had mentioned guns with menacing looks kind of up the desire for regulation. It also seems to increase the appeal, especially when it comes to kind of what I refer to as like the shiny black Lego kit guns that you can just transform around.
Yeah.
This may have to lay at the feet of our media, but what is up with the appeal of that particular kind of aesthetic?
Yeah, yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to movies and video games. You see all those cool-looking black, scary guns. Sorry, what was your main question, I guess?
Well, we've already kind of got the cat out of the bag, and we know we can't get it back in there. The genie's out of the bottle. There's guns out there. As you mentioned, the real dangerous ones tend to be the handguns. They're responsible for around 90% of the murder rate, as you mentioned. Why do so many people, in the name of self-defense usually, seem to gravitate towards these things that are not really going to be just easily accessible in that moment of need, unless it's a tyrannical government type situation?
Yeah, so one thing that immediately comes to mind is that, one thing that many people actually don't know is that 18-year-olds, they're not allowed to buy handguns, only long guns. So because handguns are so much smaller, they're easy to conceal, and they're obviously committing most of the mass shootings. So that's one thing that I think many, at least younger kids, they get the long guns because that's all they can get. I'm not really sure why many people gravitate towards those longer guns. I think, so when in that interview with the licensed seller, he said that the three main guns that any person should need is a handgun to defend your individual self, when you're not at your home, a shotgun to defend your home, and a rifle like an AR-15 to defend your country if you ever needed to. So I don't really own guns. I have family who owns guns, so I don't know why people tend to own or tend to gravitate towards like the AR-15, but that is the reason why a lot of people get it, I guess.
One little follow-up, maybe your research touched on this, maybe not. Since you mentioned that 18-year-olds, are prohibited from getting handguns, is there an age group or a particular time in life when people are more prone to be gun consumers or gun purchasers and desire that level of protection?
I'm actually not sure. That would be very interesting to see. I think that it's fairly easy to guess that many people who own guns probably grew up with guns, so they were more likely to get guns. So, but I'm not really sure about that. That would be really interesting to find out, though.
You had a slide that showed states with more strict gun laws had fewer deaths by guns. Did you look at if those states with strict gun laws had lower suicide rates?
I didn't. I did think of that. I didn't look too much into that. That would be interesting to see because, as we saw, like on the world scale, most of the whenever we saw that gun ownership did tend to correlate with gun suicides, so I guess that gun suicides rates would go down. I'm not sure about suicide rates in general, though.
So I kind of got caught by if your government becomes tyrannical, and my mind went directly to the January 6th, where people thought that their government had gone tyrannical. And so that comes down to the trust between the people that are in our country. And if it was a united front that felt that our government had gone tyrannical, then that would be one thing. But in this polarized world, I'm like, who gets to decide that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so if that's part of our Second Amendment, that's tough.
Yeah.
I don't know what my question is. I think it's probably, I don't. I mean, it's
I
just
have a
like
question
that's.
based on, how
Okay,
would
go
you
ahead.
view that, since it seems like the media especially, and maybe if you want to call them the left, people are using propaganda type techniques, especially using the assault weapons term that you use. How do we tell the story of the gun ownership on the left but by elevating the discussion instead of just making it more well, let's just make it dramatic because people died because of a scary looking gun, and then let's make it dramatic on the other side. How would we elevate that discussion?
I think
By
that
telling
comes
the
down
story of
to,
gun owners.
yeah, I think that really comes down to any sort of debate that has polar sides, really. We just need to find a way to be able to come to some kind of common ground, some kind of common understanding. I'm not really sure how to
common goal,
how to do that, how to, especially on such a big scale as the United States. Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, I got one for you, Duncan. Do the citizens of America currently possess firearms that would be capable of suppressing a tyrannical government?
So, knowing that there are 400 million guns owned by U.S. citizens, I know that that's not not this. I know that it's not evenly dispersed among the population, obviously. I really don't know. I mean, it's hard. And so that Switzerland small arms survey that showed the gun ownership is a very gross estimate, because it's very hard to estimate how many people own guns in any given country, but especially here since we don't have any sort of registry or anything. I really don't know.
So we've got the numbers and they've got the news. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Duncan, I wanted to ask, so in some ways it seemed like the thesis of the presentation was the ineffectuality of the gun restriction idea. But it was only at the very end that you were talking about what seemed to me was the actual problem, which is how do we deal with people that are inappropriately using guns?
Yeah.
Do you have any other suggestions for that? Because that to me is actually more important than ineffectual rules. That
Yeah.
there's already a lot of guns out there.
Yeah, definitely. So one thing that I actually thought of yesterday was a lot of people tend to talk about the gun show loophole, where people can go to a gun show and just buy one and they don't have to do a background check or anything. And I've never personally been to a gun show, so I can't speak to it very much, but I've heard that a lot of even licensed sellers don't tend to do a background check there, even though they are legally required. So I think enforcing the laws that we currently have, because at gun stores they tend to do it more than at gun shows. So I think in enforcing the laws that we currently have rather than putting new laws out there would be a huge thing. Also, training just people in general to be able to recognize mental illnesses in people around them. Now, I'm not suggesting a red flag law like what we have, because currently people can just, someone can say that they think I'm crazy and that I'm gonna go out and shoot some people, and then I could get my guns taken away from me, and then the process to get, mentally checked would take a long time. But I think something along those lines where people can, just being able to recognize mental illness better, that will be able to keep people from committing acts more often. To relax. Yeah.
And you answered this a little bit, going on with Ty's question. I believe one of your slides said that 80% of the people that were the shooters had an undiagnosed mental illness. So even if we were to follow the strict gun rules with, you have to get a background check, 80% of those are still undiagnosed. So what would be a solution maybe, and you started to talk about that a little bit, is recognizing mental health. So I guess I don't know if that's really a question, but just kind of pointing out that like 80% of those, if they're undiagnosed, they would still probably pass a background check. So how can we then work towards the mental health of our country to get those people diagnosed so that then if we were to follow the stricter gun rules, those people would fly?
Yeah, I think, I mean, of course, raising our kids better is a huge thing that I want to stress. But for the now, I think, again, just being able to recognize mental illness, and that's really hard to teach people how to do that. But if we can find a way to do that, then I think that would, because then people would be able to point out if someone's seems like they're willing to go out and do something terrible. Yeah, I think just emphasizing being able to recognize mental illness and being able to treat it better. Yeah.
I'm going to stop us because we are out of time. If you have more questions for Duncan, by all means, please hit him up after we're done here today. Good job.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
That's okay. It was something to do with your hands. Good job.
She didn't point that out.
Yeah, she did.
You didn't want to do this.
But it's not. Oh, yeah,
I was like, sources.
Just 22.